stinking guts!
The fool! He'll...
There was better news for Edgeledge Wedge Barge, who mustered 2.41 up 88 very slightly.
For Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction, this is Don LaFontaine.
Okay, guys, time for the interesting buildings tour.
Ah, you know, Dahlia, we often use humor as a barrier to prevent others from trying to get too close.
Stuart, great.
Ah, if it isn't Raffles, the gentleman MP.
30%.
Yes,
And what about that quote you attributed to him? I don't like it, but I'll have to go along with it.
that's what he...
We're going to be using one household item famous for its iron content. Can you work out what it is?
I've dealt with the man in question.
Have you ever heard of a woman called Deanna Lindsay?
Did you ever have a job as a waiter or a waitress? Try it.
They could love their wives alone, but I think that's just foolish. Men must have hearts made of stone. Now my heart is made.
I was just wondering, did you ever bump into Ricky?
Who are your main inspirations as an actor?
As an actor?
Anyone from Star Trek, really?
Get rid of Herd. Thanks.
Well, as you can see, Chris, there's the missile cruising about 2,000 per second, trying to locate the target, the soldier itself.
I think the pin is easier to pick up with my hands.
Well, it should be on the stand.
That's what I thought. And another thing.
Can you please explain to me how I cannot have a valid confirmation number when it says confirmed right here?
I will admit. If so, how do you explain the fatigue jacket with the insurance policy inside?
You got me. You got me, Jonathan Frakes. I can't explain it. No one can. In fact, the only explanation is clearly the supernatural. Or... or, you know, it could just be that just Robert Traylin's making something up, like overhearing in a bar that, you know, an angel found someone's keys and then turning that into, like, a short story, which would then eventually be turned into a teleplay for a cable television show. We just don't know.
Looking back, it wasn't me feeding Quigley his lines that night. It was Abraham Lincoln.
Case in point. It's gotta be him. It's gotta be Honest Abe. Alright. Hope everyone's doing alright. Sorry again for, like, the slow start. Some days are slower to start than others. I don't know how else to put it. But yeah, did not miss anything. Let me just cut over to... Actually, let me stop that, because I don't need this. Open this in a new window, and then cut over to desktop. Hey, hello. Hope you're all doing well. In this stream, we are looking into porting over a 1987 Macintosh game the Fool's Errand from its original. Well, I mean, we don't have the original BASIC. It was written in Z BASIC, compiled to Motorola 68000 assembly language, and we are porting it to God's own C++. Is the best way I can describe it. We're using ScumVM as kind of the engine basis for this, and we've gotten pretty far. We've, over the course of five-ish months, working part-time on it. You can see here we've written about 13,000 lines of code. Honestly, like, the reason behind most of that is because there is a lot of duplication in the original code base. But as it stands now, we've got pretty much the game is completable. I'm not going to show it being completed on stream because that would just be a major spoiler for like the final puzzle. However, yeah, you just gotta take my word on that I've completed the game. The only thing that really remain, the things that remain, we got to port over the finale, which is like another kind of big cutscene in the vein of the introduction. We got to integrate the intro and the finale into the actual game, because previously it was a separate executable. Now we want to kind of make it something that you can access from like the drop-down menu. And then the other thing we've got to do is that there are 3 different editions, like 3 versions of Fool's Errand, and we reverse engineered version 2 because that was the one which had like the most features in it. Version 3, Cliff went and like re-released it in 1998 to remove a bunch of stuff that didn't quite work, like sound and custom fonts. So we want those. Those are good. But it does mean that the resources are in a slightly different spot. So we're going to have to go back to our code and see like how we can line it up so that all 3 runs. Oh. Hey, M4 says, this is Twitch. No one plays games here. Well, there's my problem. I should have gone to like, is it Kick? Is it Kick the one that everyone plays games on, or like Rumble? I don't know. M4 says, have you ever snuck any Easter eggs into games? Yes. The game that I released last year, Mora and Ash, does have an Easter egg in it, and you only see it if you try and click on the coffee machine 5 times. There you go. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but I will say that's the only unfair source of points in the game. Everything else you can figure out by just, I don't know, sheer force of will / using everything on every other thing many, many times. Mamu says there are some Easter eggs in ScumVM. I can't remember any offhand, so if you've got any that like I can just show on stream, I will take that. Including the one where you press Alt and F4 while tabbed into OBS. I hear I've heard about that Easter egg. It's less fun than I was expecting, but so I don't think people would get very much out of it if I show that on stream. So what have we got here? We've got Macintosh in MAME. Let me just start off by like going to ScumVM full. Oh wait, no, I don't want to go there. I want to go into here. Oh, that's the other thing. So I've extracted a copy of version 2 and version 3. I've not extracted a copy of version 1. I thought I did. I can't find it. So I'm probably going to have to dig that up from somewhere. Version 1, I think, came on like 400k floppies. Like the very early, you know, Cretaceous era Macintosh style single density floppies. Maybe that could be part of why I didn't. I mean, MAME should be able to open these. Like, I'm pretty sure a double density drive can open single density disks, but I don't know. We might have to like dig around an archive looking for those. Oop. Fool's Errand, Devoke Flags, Lingo Strict. Wait, no, no, don't need any of that. It's not Thursday, mercifully. Oh, Mamu says, I think there's one in the About Box. There's also one in Blade Runner that wasn't in the original. I see. I don't think I've got Blade Runner on this computer, so I won't be able to show that one off. Oh, also helps if I type the right path. God, I'm scatterbrained today. So we've got... Okay, so this is version 2, which we've pretty much completely got ported over. This is the start of me trying to merge in the introduction into the About menu. This currently doesn't work. If I click on it, it'll kind of break because I've not set up the resource loader properly. So pretend that hasn't happened. But all of the puzzles work and the final puzzle works. And basically when you finish the game, or like when you finish the final puzzle of the game, it shows you a little screen. It then says, what's this? More treachery? Has the fool not received blank? Congratulations, you can now like put in the Showtime disc and view the finale. And it does that by like... yeah, so it's like, it's very tricky. There is one exe which contains both the intro and the finale. And because the way the Macintosh works, you can make file associations just automatically. Like you can just give a file, say, oh, open it with application ID whatever, and then if application ID whatever happens to be within the path, it'll just use that. So Fool's Errand does that by generating like a text file with the words, and now is time to show the finale of the Fool's Errand and some symbols. And the file association is with the program that runs the introduction, and if you do that, it will play the finale instead. But anyway, that's kind of a non-starter for how ScumVM works, so much easier to integrate it here into the same thing. But yeah, everything's working. The substitution puzzles are working. The horrible what's it called? The really kind of psychedelic eye-bleeding puzzles are working. I will say that any area in the game which does flash the entire screen, I changed that so that it only flashes at, there's like a WCAG recommendation of maximum 3 full on-off flashes per second. And so yeah, like partial updates like this can, you know, they update reasonably quickly, but if it's like a full screen flash or like a large area of the screen that gets flashing, I've toned that down to 3 times a second. Mostly because, like, especially this puzzle here, which originally would just go faster and faster and faster until you get down to 1. And when you get to 1, it would then be like 60 frames a second flashing on and off. Like, that made me physically ill, so I had to turn that down. Yeah, that's right, M4. I don't know. I will probably get a second opinion from someone else who is photosensitive, because I'd say that, yeah, I'm definitely kind of in the mild to moderate range for photosensitivity. Like, I'm not sure if I was always like this, but definitely like every time, there have been times where I've gone to like gigs and whichever person was in charge of the lighting rig decided, hey, I've got this strobe button. I don't need any of the other fucking buttons on the console. And it was just like constantly strobing a flashing light. And yeah, within like 20 minutes, I'd either want to throw up or I'd throw up. Because it's just like, I have like a very vivid memory of being like stuck at one kind of like festival type thing. And I'd wrapped a scarf around my face, and I could still make out the flashing through the scarf. And yeah, like on the way home, I pulled over by the side of the road and had a vom because it just, yeah, you know, photosensitivity. It stinks. Don't flash the screen all the time when you don't need to. Anyway, enough about me and my problems. So I guess like this. So to start off with here, so this has got like version 2. Nice thing about version 2 is that you get this cool menu up here where the Apple logo has been replaced with this eye, and the chapter titles have been replaced with these Roman numerals. Let me. Oh wait, I haven't actually switched over the stream audio yet. Let me do that. Pretend that happened. And also, this doesn't have very complex sound, this game. It just has like square wave, the equivalent of the square wave generator. But if you use version 2, then you can hear. Yep, another area where I turned down the flashing because I felt sick. Yeah, really adds to the experience. Interestingly, yeah, there was a DOS, well, one port that was made to DOS that I think was also made to Amiga and Atari, by Manley and Associates, and that has very different sound compared, like they added like quite a lot more, and I think what happened was that maybe they ported this and the sequel, which was Puzzle Gallery at the Carnival, around the same time, and both of them use like more, like they do like more complicated things. Like when you select words in the word search, it'll do a little kind of sweep that'll go higher if you pick a bigger word and stuff like that. But that's not present here. Like if you go to like the word search puzzle in here and you select a word, it just does random tones. So anyway, that's all fine. Oh, Emperor says, eBay keeps recommending the most cursed director games to me. Today I got Lair on Croppen and Taylor Street. I pray you've heard of neither. Yeah, I've heard of neither. Should I be scared? Are they, more importantly, like, were they released between 1990 and 1996? Because that's currently the range of titles that I gotta be worried about. Maybe 1997 at a pinch. Okay, so yeah, this is all version 2. What I want to have a quick look at here in the MAME, in my MAME Macintosh thing. Do I have it? Oh, okay, I don't have it in here. Okay, well that's a problem. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to load in Fool's Errand 1.0 and Fool's Errand 3.0, and we're going to have a rough look at what's going on. Everyone just love the KidPix sounds. I think, like, didn't KidPix... I'm pretty sure KidPix had, like, wave audio, like, you know... like the dynamite blowing up and the guy going, oh no, and stuff like that. Like, I don't think they used square waves. Although maybe... Was there a port of KidPix to DOS? I know there was one for, like, Windows. Like, there were a few for Windows, but did they make, like, a DOS port back when it was, like, a... when it was more Macintosh focused? I can never remember that. Okay, so first question is, how did past me rewire the MAME config to allow opening the menu? I bet it's going to be some combination of the scroll lock key or... Okay, well, I guess control, scroll lock, shift, alt, shift tilde, alt tilde, no, control tilde. I have no idea. Okay, I might have to cheat and look at the config file. Oh, there is a DOS port. Was it any good? Was it by, was KidPix Broderbund? Did Broderbund do it? Or was it like one of the ones that contracted out? Like some of the other... Yeah. Still, yeah, there are just like some very odd like early DOS ports of Macintosh stuff. Like Rodney's Fun Screen would fall into that category. Like they just rewrote it for DOS at the time. And Fury says, I liked it, but I cannot be trusted on matters of taste. I'm not sure about that. You got better taste than most. I trust your DOS taste. As long as it doesn't involve a cartoon squirrel. That's where I draw the line. Okay. So now I just gotta kind of think back. So here in this like messy old pile of ROMs and crap, I think one of them is gonna be the is it games.disk? Okay, so it might be games.disk, which contains, because like Cliff Johnson, oh here we go, we've got like full 1.image. I know that like Cliff Johnson released full version 3 in a Macintosh emulator. And one of the images in this folder is going to be, oh, cj.disk, that's what it's going to be, okay. So we got to, alright, so problem 1, main, config, what is this one? It's going to be Makichi. Okay, did I override what? Okay, I might have, okay, I did not override the menu key in Makichi. Mambo says, the taste of DOS, I imagine it's much like licking a 9-volt. Yeah, there's similarities. Developing for DOS definitely felt like licking a 9-volt at times. Or at least kind of, you know, I'd say it's like a flat 9-volt, because there's a very much a will it or won't it quality of will this hurt me or will this just confuse me? Maybe that improves with the more DOS things you write, but okay, it could also be Mac. Okay, so that's it. Okay, I see. So this is going to use the mess config as opposed to the main config. If I recall correctly, I built this version of mess a long time ago because whatever latest version of main, they broke the mouse driver. And I kind of need that. It's kind of an important peripheral on the Macintosh, so we kind of need that. Okay. Multi-keyboard, steady key, paddle device. Okay, it's the scroll lock key. I swear I pushed the scroll lock key. Okay, no, the scroll lock key is like Shift Alt. Okay, somewhere in my computer is just getting inundated with screenshots. Okay, this is made difficulty. So this is made more difficult by the no keys. So I gotta, you know what, like some kind of faker. I'm gonna have to look at a picture, a physical picture of a keyboard to see which button is meant to be the scroll lock key. Because I would have thought it would be one of the 3 in the top right, but apparently it is not, or I'm poorly typing it. Hang on. Wikipedia 101 key. Oh, sorry, 101 keyboard. Okay. Scroll lock. It's this one in the middle, which I swear I was typing that. So that's the UE mode key. I mean, the only other option would have been... So there's keymap.dat. Multi-keyboard. Okay, this is throwing me, because, like, yeah, my mind isn't that much gone. Like, I've used the keyboard with MAME before. Why is this so hard? Keyboard. Manage keyboard testing and shortcuts. Okay. Has something taken over scroll lock? Okay, like none of these. XKB options? Yeah, it's just it's a basic bitch US keyboard. Okay. Okay. What am I doing wrong? Keymap notify event serial 38. Keymap event notify serial 38. Interesting. Okay. So this might actually be like my desktop environment that's now eating up the scroll lock key, because you'll notice here that if I press the letter A, you get a key press and a key release event. But if I push the scroll lock key, I get a focus out and focus in event, which is not what I want. It's kind of, that doesn't really help me very much at all. So let's go back into here. Shortcuts, focus. Shortcuts, bindings, scroll lock. Really? Okay. Ugh, that's okay, frustrating. So maybe if I... You know what? I'm just going to change the tilde key. Okay. Okay, where is... Okay, tilde. I'll just never type the tilde key in Macintosh. That should be easy. We're not using a custom Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I missed... It's F12. I pushed all the keys to the right of F12, but I did not push F12. Okay. I better go and change that back to scroll lock.
Goes womp womp. For all the ladies and men that know everything is better with...
Alright, good start. Good start to the stream. Spending God knows how much. Okay. That's right. I remember changing it to F12 because I was just sick of constantly triggering the screenshots by accident, of which I've now somewhere deposited like 20. That's fine. There we go. Okay. Now we've got controls. We can go into here. And the floppy disk. Let's go down to... I think there was one called full1.image. Actually, no, let's get... Oh, wait, no, that's a... yeah, okay. No, I can't do... Sorry, I can't mess with that one in here because you only get one hard drive. But can I open up whatever the hell full one.image is? Went too far. Max 68K. Read only? Return to previous menu. Okay, it's not a Macintosh disk. Close menu. Eject. Okay, I may have to do it in Basilisk, which lets you get away with a lot more, statistically speaking. Max 68K. File. Full one.image. Okay, it's a disk copy image. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we've got like full one.image and we've got full start.tr and full start2.tr. If I recall correctly, the only the copy of version 1 that I found was it was potentially in that like MOOF format, like the disk flux format, which Basilisk doesn't understand. What have we got? We've got full one.image. Okay, and that's 905K. Let's go and try it. Okay, games. Max 68K. Oh, I may as well add CJ in there as well. Max 68K. CJ.disk. Ah, interesting. Okay, so yeah, I have no idea what format full one is in, but it is not readable. So copy. Huh. Oh, here we go. Okay. And then we can change that to full 3.0. I think if I open up full 3.0 here in Basilisk, it has a... Okay. So, yeah, like version 3... yeah, there's a few kind of mods like the sound... all the custom menu stuff is gone. There is no longer any sound effects, and older versions would whinge at you if it wasn't in monochrome mode. Whereas this one, I think this one runs, but it's just kind of, yeah, up in the corner here. So I believe it also runs like very, maybe too quickly. Like if I would open up the Hermit and try drawing the pattern, yeah, you can see how kind of it's meant to be just kind of like, yeah, so screen flashes a lot. Also, this is meant to be kind of like nicely drawing the outline from one end to the other, but there is no cap on the speed, so it just does it as quickly as it can. Can we see the introduction? I think we can. This logo is new. So for whatever reason, that asset is different. So we're probably going to have to put in a hook to make sure that that is, like the coordinates, whatever, are fixed because of that. Yep, loads are flashing, and this is meant to fade in, but because it's running on a modern system, it runs way too quickly. Most of the timing in this game is alright, but there are a couple of spots which, you know, fall back to, like, rendering as quickly as possible. Yeah, got this little thing here with the sun. Okay. Yeah, and that just works. Version 2, I think, if I try and open version 2, it will yell at me. Yeah, set your monitor. So interestingly, version 2, it actually, I don't know, version 3 seems to have a new bug where the screen isn't centered properly. Version 2 does check how big the actual screen is and readjust the viewport to be in the middle. I don't know why that got broken in version 3, but it did. Okay, so now all we gotta do... Oh, I better make, like, copies of the other CJ games. Okay. What version of Puzzle Gallery is this? About Puzzle Gallery. Okay, so this is Puzzle Gallery version 1.8. Which is interesting. And if I compare that to, like, the one that is on here... Okay, yeah, this is like a... Clearly an earlier one because it is not ready for there being more than a few megabytes of memory. Which is quite funny. Anyway, I'll make a copy of that onto here. ADC 1.8, and then we've got 3 and 3, which version is this? This is... Oh, it just doesn't tell you. It just... So... And yeah, if we compare that to, like, the floppy version of 3 and 3... You get this little Cinemaware logo, which is kind of neat. Which I guess was the original publisher. I don't know. 3 and 3 is very cool, and it would be fun to get this ported over. It is also interesting that, like, this uses I mean, it's got, like, vector kind of drawn backgrounds. I would have thought that they just use Pict, like the Macintosh image format, which essentially is just telling QuickDraw to draw things, but if that's the case, it is hidden inside the code somewhere, because, like, there's barely anything in the resource fork. Because yeah, like, you've got, like, all these little kind of, like, animated scenes in this one, which I think also contributed to the fact that, like, this was way too difficult to port away from macOS compared to, like, Puzzle Gallery, which is very basic. You know, just normal inside a computer things happening. Round it off again. I simply must get transferred out of the storage sheet into a nice, cozy quarterly report. Now you get to watch all the other numbers being a bit catty. Computers are so tedious. Yep. This is an outrage. Who's in charge here? Hello? Anyone? Is that entirely necessary? What's your problem anyway? Problem? I solve problems. Oh, really? Can you send me back to the numbers? Numbers. Numbers? I say send me to the numbers and it drops me down here? Great. Oh, yeah, and then it starts off. So unlike... I mean, yeah. I'd say unlike Fool's Errand and Puzzle Gallery, 3 and 3 is more... There are a few wordplay puzzles, but a lot of it is just kind of down to pure logic. Anyway, I'll just play this all day if left to my own devices, so we gotta quit. So yeah, that looked interesting. Might be a potential future project. So we've got... Okay, that's right. So we've got version 3. We've got version 2. Where did I put version 1? Clearly, I did not put it... I don't know where full1.image came from. It's probably... archive.org, Fool's Errand 400... Actually, no. It would be Macintosh repository.org. They'll have the crusty old, nasty old version of Fool's Errand. Okay, so we have... Oh, there's also a demo. I haven't even looked at the demo. That might be interesting. I think what we want here is this 400k disk image, because that I'm pretty sure is version 1. Oh, this is 1.1. Interesting. So... let's just unpack that. See basic. Okay, this we should be able to open up on our crusty Macintosh 2. If I just get my cards. If we sort that out. Okay. Basilisk? No. ZBasic. ZBasic. Here we go. Quit. Okay. I'll just remove this and remove this. So when I get tempted to try it again. And we go to Mac name.sh. Okay, good. And it's copied all of the variants from before. Oh man, the other very cool thing about 3 and 3 is that if you open it up on this black and white Macintosh, it still freaking works. There are no sound effects, but the animation still works, which I found, like, pretty much, I guess, every scene was tested in black and white, which is an incredible amount of effort. Oh, M4 says, one of my most wanted to play games, Gunbare Inu-chan 2, apparently has excellent Scum VM support, and yet I've been looking for that darn game for a year to no avail. Make your own volley is the best kind of sound effect. I would agree. Gunbare Inu-chan, is that a director game, dare I ask? It sounds like a director game. It's got that oh right. Okay, I think I had like a brief look at the first one. Hang on, do I have that in my... Oh, I might actually be thinking of a different game. Yeah. Oh, I'm thinking of Band Damashi. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. different Japanese game involving different music. The first, I think I've seen you play the first one. That's what threw me. I did not I did not clock that as being a director game. I might have to try it out. The second one is elusive. Okay, well, it's got hashes in here, so it must be available. Yeah, ask Eintai where to find it would be my advice. Okay, let's get out of here. Okay. Now we should be able to open up floppy disk. ZBasic. There we go. Okay. That's more like it. So we should be able to go into here. Full 1.1. There was a different build that was marked as the original in Macintosh repository. I should probably download that too and see if that's a different edition. So in the meantime, we'll just peel for all of this. Okay. Okay, and then get rid of this disk. And then add another one. Read only. Okay, and there's your prologue finale. So if I were to open this up, Use the directory to locate and open the file Fool's Puzzles. Do not eject the game disk containing the Fool's Errand. Okay. Oh, okay, because it's a multi-disc game, it's trying to... it's either looking for a... That's interesting, okay, so... I guess the original required either like one of those Macs which had 2 floppy disk drives, or a floppy disk drive and one of those scuzzy hard drives that's the size of a pizza box. Okay, yeah, and which... Oh, interesting. Okay, so like... So the about screen is actually quite different in version 1.1. So later editions had a little kind of modal which contained this stuff. Also, from the Arcanum series by Miles Computing Incorporated, was there anything else released in the Arcanum series by Miles Computing Incorporated, which I'm interested in? Okay, so that's version 1.1, July 30, 1987. Did I write that down in the source code? Huh, okay. Apparently at some point I extracted version 1.1. I can't find where that is on my hard drive, so that's fine. So we've got 1.1, 2.0, and 3.0. I will just double check to see if the Fool's Errand original.sit is a different build. You cannot rush downloads like that. Guess must wait 10 minutes between each download request. Really? Okay, fine. Guess I can't sneeze at a free service. But anyway, we've got 1.1, 2.0, and 3.0, which is a pretty good spread. Like plenty to kind of look into. Okay, so the tool that I was kind of making, right, is okay, so in terms of like things that we've got to kind of fix between like to add proper compatibility for all the different versions. There is okay, so I guess there's differences in the puzzle file, which I'm kind of slightly worried about. There is the string constant table, which I know is going to have to be like nudged up and down a bit in order to fit for all 3. And then there's resources. It may be kind of foolish, but I'm hoping that they all kind of stay in the same spot, so I don't have to put a... I don't know. Everybody says you mayn't sneeze, but you may sniff haughtily. Truth be told, if I said the words "nothing to sneeze at," I was not paying attention to what I was saying. I'm just kind of floating along here on, I don't know, a cloud of things I gotta do. And sometimes that just means disconnecting your train of thought from the things that you say. Interesting. Okay, I want to see what Okay, so this one has sound effects. And it flashes way too quickly, which is not really a surprise. Yeah. Oh my word, the High Priestess challenge is a lot quicker in version 1. Like, this is... yeah. Yeah, I think that like later versions they must have kind of reduced the flashing and also kind of made the screen kind of notably light up when you click on the right thing, which is fair enough. Okay, so enough. Oh, interestingly, you can't turn off the sound effects, which is a fun change. Do I want to save this game? No. Okay, so let's get out of here for now. So I can copy stuff off the disk. Games, max 68K, full Z basic, full 1.1, HLS, HCD. Okay, so we want to go to HCD full 1.1. Yeah, okay, good. Hcopy M, the fool's errand question mark, the fool's. What I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to add a trademark symbol, I think, to the end of this, because that's the original file name that I had. Prologue, finale. Okay, and then this will do. Great. So now I have modified my tool to dump the contents of the string table, like the data table, as CSV, and we'll just compare all three and see how screwed we are. ZBasic, full 1.1, code 99. Okay, well, it found the string block, which is the most important thing. CSV, full CSV. Okay, yes, yes, yes. Okay, so we've got 3 spreadsheets. Okay, so this first little data table here, I believe, is used. There's like one bit at the very start of the program which fetches these numbers using the the basic language's data command. So 1.1 and 2.2 seem pretty much the same, unless I'm missing something. V3 has the same number of items, but Oh wait, maybe v3 is the same as well. Okay, maybe this just... Okay. That hasn't changed at all. Great news for me. Don't have to do shit. Okay. This, however, is where it kind of gets considerably worse. So, like, you can see here that, like, do you wish to save this game has now jumped around. These have all kind of jumped around. And we yeah. I don't know. I had the choice of just manually copying these into the C code, and I chose not to. I just said, whatever. We'll use the index. We'll use the string list. We can just make good with that. Okay, so now we've got to figure out how to we got to figure out how to unify all of these into one spreadsheet. And then we got to just chop them up, I suppose, at each of the points where the list splits up. Okay, let's do that. Let's use this as a basis. We don't really need anything above here because it's guaranteed to be the same. Delete rows. We also don't really need offset because we use numeric indexing rather than byte indexing. So get rid of this. Full to value. Okay, then I think it'll be easier to start to fix version 1.1 compared to fixing... I think v3 is going to be slightly harder. Though I'm not really... To be fair though, I'm not really basing that on anything. I'm just kind of... That is kind of guesswork. I guess because like v2 has less of a chance of things being moved around. Whatever. We'll just full 1.1 index, full 1.1 value. Okay. Oh, and this is full 3. Don't want that. I want this. Delete. Okay. So we have like a look at some of the puzzle modules that we got here. Like if I go to Jigsaw and we look at so yeah, the program strings are accessed using this method here, like zbasic stir. And this is the state of the zbasic interpreter, and this fetches stuff from like the fixed string table. So like here I think is a good example of like 208. Like what the hell is 208? 208 is a blank string. Okay. So what I really need to kind of like go through and ensure is that any of these ones here where it's just referencing an empty string, we don't need this reference at all. We can just go clear was 208. So there, okay. So the jigsaw puzzle is not dependent on anything from the program string table, which is good news. Now, if we look at the card game, for instance, the card game uses a ton of strings. Like select a card above or yield. So if I were to scroll down to index 279, we have select a card above or yield. However, it would appear that the place where this kind of gets used is much further up here in this list here. Yeah, okay. So if we take, was it 278, which is the first index? Yeah, 278 was the first one, which is empty. So if I were to go insert a row, actually, I'll split it down here. And then okay, and then we line these back up again. So we can see here that because the order in the table is exactly the same. It's just based on where, every time that like a string is used inside the code, it then just gets added in this table in order. So we now we can see that all of the card game stuff starts from this string index and kind of basically goes down to about here. I think down from here is entering into High Priestess Book of Thoth puzzle stuff. What's the highest string that we got? We've got Insta 284. Oh, 280. Okay, 284 is empty. So I should replace that with
talk on the telephone. Probably very wise. Never mind. I'll be seeing you.
I mean, yeah, you found maybe the one instance in the whole of the show where he wasn't saying the catchphrase. He was just using the word in conversation. That's quite impressive. Yeah, that's right. It was 284. Yeah, 284, and then there's pair and triplet. Yep. That's fine. 200, punctuation. Oh, okay, it's whether or not a card is up. Looking for 296. 296 is about 296. Buddy? Ah, here we go. Yep. So, like the other day, like on Wednesday, I managed to screw up and fall over and slam my hand pretty hard on the ground. And at the time I thought, oh, you know, I kind of walked away from this one fine. You know, I've got full range of motion. It's basically, you know, basically unharmed. But it does kind of hurt a fair bit. And so then on Monday I was like, oh, I'll be fine to go like to my normal kind of strength and conditioning training class. And then today I realized, oh, my hand has started turning a different color, or you know, the area under my thumb has started turning a different color. I was like, maybe I overdid it. Maybe I probably should have waited a little bit longer for it to heal. So, I mean, okay, typing is better now than it was on Wednesday, but I am definitely yeah, I'm definitely feeling a little bit like it's about quarter. I'd say it's about quarter strength. Like as soon as I try and grab or push things with the left hand, it kind of hurts. Just no swelling or anything. It's just down to there's just a big old bruise right where my thumb is, and kind of sucks. I mean, okay, let me put it in perspective though. I didn't break my hand. That would have sucked. This is fine. This is laughably okay. So $296, $297, $298. Yeah. 300. Oh, 301. That's the one I want. Ooh, okay. So maybe... Okay, so the last one used in this module is 300. So we'll add in a split there. Okay. So it res above. Okay. Okay, so the next one is you dare challenge the High Priestess, which I'm pretty sure is going to be thoth.cpp. Yeah, okay, so it starts off immediately with, oh, interesting, okay, so this isn't blank, it's a single space character. Very important distinction. And I'm pretty sure, yeah. There's quite a few cases where it is just like a single space character, and that is because some Z-basic operations add a space character when you're kind of like adding strings together, and others do not. I can't remember offhand which ones they are, but anyhow, that's fine. Space characters, 307 is not a space. Yep. Mark that. You dare challenge the High Priestess. Yep, another blank. Last enchantment, run for your life. The N enchantment. So yeah, when you go to that kind of very flashing screen with all the squares on it, it counts down from the 99 enchantments, which is what that string is for. Yeah, all of that looks pretty much the same. Oh, okay. So we finish at 333, which is there, and I guess maybe the home bit or something is where the next bit picks up. Okay, so I got that out of the way. Okay, no, straight path.cpp is down here. Oh, actually, which were the two that we found in Jigsaw? There's 208 and 207. Huh. Okay. Okay, and this does have... Okay, so I'll just mark this as... How many? Oh no, there's 375, so it's about the same number. About the same number of strings. Ah, but down here I split it. I see, okay. Where does the sun's map start? Okay, the sun's map doesn't have any on it, but Meta Puzzle, I think, does. Yeah, okay, so 260 all the way up to 277. Yeah. Don't look too hard at here, because I think some of these are spoilers. 260. Insert rows above, insert rows above. No, insert rows here. Insert rows here. $277. Oh, there we go. We got the right split. Yep, those all line up fine. Uh, 273 is a space character. Okay. Okay, then the next one up I think is the maze. So the maze starts on 223. And then up to 258. Huh. Wonder what 259 was used for. So wait, 223, 224, 225. Oh, okay, I did stir raw. Yeah, that'd be why. Yeah, that's fine. So these three. Okay, all those indexes seem alright. The completed puzzle reveal. Okay, so reveal goes from 213 all the way to oh, okay, it's just 213 and 214. Oh. Wait, okay. Other way around. Oh, God, we're gonna have to, yeah. Okay. Oh, that's right. There'll be this one will be like the word search, I think. 191 going all the way to 206. How many is this? This would be 16. Okay, and then I gotta go. I've not gone through and fixed the blank ones. Was still 192. 93 is... No, it's not blank. It's got a single space. It's important, yeah. So like, case in point, it's important that I don't go ahead and change that to be like a check for if it's blank, because that would break word search, and I'd only find that out when people actually try to test it. Yep, that's fine, that's fine. Okay, this is going to be clear. Okay, then you got only whatever to go, and then... Wait, no, I got trolled again. No, it's a single space. Okay. Every time. Okay, 202 on the other hand, that's empty. Not a single space. So it is fine to clear that out. Okay, 206. That's empty. Okay, so clear. Alright, okay, so we've got the word search. Now if we go to like the main program, that's gonna have pretty much all of it. So where does it diverge? It diverges... It just appears like there's more blanks. Huh, okay. Oh, right, because there's a big jump here. I was wondering, like, how come it just jump from like 2 to 6? The answer is this code happens after a big chain of jumps to get to like, so it's behind, or sorry, it's after like all of this stuff here. So okay, that makes sense. And I think this is all the main difference here is down to like code related to looking at the file system. Like evidently there's just not as much of it in version 1, which is odd, but okay, we can do that. Stir 9. Okay, so this is in the game proper. This is about right, okay. This is code which adds the little widget symbol, which is represented by the tilde. It's just a custom font with tilde replaced with a widget eye, essentially. And so this adds tilde next to some of the puzzles which are related to that thing, stir. So we've got index 5, index 4, index 3, index 6. Huh, okay. I don't know. I don't know where stir 8 went. But that's okay. We can align this a little better. Okay, text about stir 28. Okay, let's just check if the save game file name is empty. Okay. Yeah, this is significantly more messy than I was hoping. Okay, so if we split it here, I see. Right. Okay. So yeah, earlier how we were talking about this newer version of Fool's Errand has an all-in-one kind of about screen, whereas the previous version had it kind of splayed in the menu. That's caused like a big schism in this table here, for instance, because now we've got like our version which crams these strings in here. So we'll have to split that out. So as above. Yeah, so we've got yeah, we've got these lines like much later down, later on, but I'm not sure if it's like really a kind of, it's not really a direct match. Actually, how does V3, oh crap. I was gonna say, how does V3 look? I didn't even think of checking what the about box in V3 would be like. Come on. Make the window bigger. So yeah, V3, they changed the logo. The about box... Okay, it's pretty much the same as version 2, except they've obviously increased the version number. Oh, and the aforementioned, like, you know, no sound. Well, actually, hang on. If we go back to here, and I click on that, it's an interesting kind of, like, fade-in effect. Is that what V2 does? I don't think I animate that. Maybe I gotta fix that. Version 2. Because, yeah, in this... Because of the way we emulate it, any kind of... I mean, like in the original Macintosh, the screen gets updated with an interrupt, so you can just draw whatever you want, and then if every, 60 times a second, the screen will update. Whereas in ScumVM, you have to, I don't know, signify that the screen is getting updated by doing a delay of 0 frames. So if I go to Hermit, oh, interesting. Okay, so the Hermit just sort of like, what do you call it? Does this kind of nice little column thing in. And I'm guessing that maybe I don't put a delay and we miss that. Whereas like, if you compare that to say Justice. Like Justice, you can see there's like a little transition there, but it runs far too quickly to really make out what's going on. So I'm interested. So if we go to game, yeah, okay, so Hermit Run, and then that kicks us over to Thoth Key Last, which is, so the Thoth module. Okay. So there's all, yeah, so there are these fill rect commands, but they should also be, they should be visible. Unless it's like Thoth Key Last setup. What have we got in here? So this is the method that kind of reads in the data from like the puzzle file. Ah, yeah, okay. So here, look at all this. We've got like all this cool like erase rect and frame rect going on, but I have not put in a because I have not put in a empty delay, we don't see it. So let's fix that. Similar deal down here. So we go G toolbox delay 0. And we'll put one in here because that's also like filling in rectangles. So now we should be able to see like a nice chunky kind of transition as it draws you know, the screen kind of draws live, which is always nice to see. Assuming I can find the right terminal, which contained... Oh, maybe I didn't have it open in a terminal at all. Okay, full 2. ScumVM, full ScumVM, full Errand. Yeah, okay, so now if we go into the Hermit and we click this. Oh, okay, that's way too slow. So now we gotta kind of... Where is this getting... South key last setup, it's 1201. Ah, I see. Yeah, okay. So maybe a better option would be to if so we do this and we go like percentage 4 equals 0. Oh, sorry, modulo 4. That'll make it. Okay, for effects like this, you just kind of got to dial in what kind of feels right and snappy. Like obviously, this one is way too slow. Actually, let's just count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so it's about 5 seconds. So this should only delay every 6th rectangle that gets updated, which should give the illusion of progress. Assuming I can find this. Not the illusion of progress, it just chugs through everything really quickly. There's probably a word for that. Let's go through this. Okay, Hermit. Yeah, that mostly feels alright. What was that other... Okay, then like the other one here and here. Oh wait, that's an else. Okay, so we gotta do the same trick, I feel. Or else the if we don't do that, then the alternate mode, which I think is used for drawing the key, once you've solved the extremely long maze, will just take forever. Getting faster at this after doing this 11 billion times, trying to debug it. Anyway, do I want to save this game? No, I don't. That's right, isn't it? J plus K times D, yeah. Okay. Okay, okay, back to the spreadsheet. Yeah, right. So like the ending is another example of there are more instructions here. You know, they have to give more instructions because it's on multiple discs as opposed to just one disc. Oh, interestingly, version 2 says, "What's this? More evil treachery afoot?" And this one does not. It just says, "Congratulations, you've solved the game," which is, I would argue, less intriguing. Okay. Oh, they look pretty close. 1.1 and 2 look pretty close. Oh, also looks really close. But that could be because Mac binary is maybe rounding it up to the nearest disk sector, which would obscure small changes. But we can Mac unpack 3 Fool's puzzles open. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Hey, Kinegos. Kinegos says only a fool would go on this errand. I mean, I can't disprove that. Seems like a high, I don't know, correlating factor, if nothing else. Puzzles are data. Oh, it's the same number of bytes. Is it the same file though? Diff fools puzzles dot data. Okay, that's incredibly good news. Okay, is it different from... oh, okay, I gotta do Mac Unpack on full 1.1. Yeah. Okay, so the puzzle file is... At least the data segment of the puzzle file is byte for byte identical. The resource fork... How is the resource fork? Is that... No, it's quite different. I mean, it would... yeah, it would be, because I know that the resource fork, they changed... You know, they changed the title, for instance. They changed the sprite that they use for the title and stuff like that. So, it follows. It follows that that would be a bit different. How different, though? Fools, puzzles, resource fork. 277,000 bytes. And then full 2... Okay, off by like little bit, just a little bit, and then 3, also off by a little bit. Okay, and like really, if the indexes for each of the resources is exactly the same, I don't care. It should all just work. It should not be an ordeal that requires remapping of anything. So really, yeah. Really, this just kind of boils down to me being, you know, stupidly deciding to pick to load all of the strings out of the exe as opposed to just hard coding them in the C++. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So, oh no, yeah, it's fine. I was gonna say that didn't quite line up, but this seems to line up okay, fine. Go here. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so So for the card game has added a different well, I think that like the card game in version 2 and version 1, the menu text is taken from inside the puzzle data, and then in here it's not. It's taken from inside the executable. Like if we were to go to the accursed card game. Yeah, okay, so like here's the rules in like version 2. We got, you've been challenged to a game of theft. The player with the highest card wins the round. In the case of a tie, high card wins. Yield costs 27 points. First player to earn over 700 points wins the game. The old man cannot see the card in the lower right hand corner. Whereas, what have we got in so no, I do not wish to save this game. And then if we open up version 3, we open up the card game. You've been challenged to a game of Thoth. The player with the highest card wins the round. So like the main change I think is that Cliff decided that it should be 666 points and maybe overrode it by just adding another string as opposed to changing the puzzle data, which is fair. We can work around that. We can just it just means we have to move all of this down to here. I mean, the rest lines up okay, I think. Yep, that seems fine, that seems fine. Okay, and then we're down to the final bit. And yeah, this mostly seems the same, and I don't think we use any of it, so that's okay. I don't know, if we go to like the card game. Because yeah, at the moment, like I've got like the score value set to 700, which is the one in version 2. But I can't disagree that 666 is a much cooler number. So I might add a comment here. So actually, does V1 have what version? So do you want us to save? If I would open up like version 1.1, I think that's still 700 points. Yeah, okay, that's still 700 points. And they've got like weird graphical glitches. Okay. No, I do not want to save this game. Okay, so we change this and then go to menu. Where is... Oh, okay. So I think the trick is going to be that the menu is going to be just loaded wholesale from the puzzle data. And the menu, and yeah, like, that's fine. We just need to amend it afterwards to change that one menu entry to be 700 instead of, sorry, 666 instead of 700. So yeah, if we go Wheel of Fortune. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So it's menu number 10. Actually, do I have... I can test it here. Hang on. We're gonna go to, yeah, Wheel of Fortune, but before I go in there, okay, sub 128. Okay, and that just happens inside. Oh, this method here. Okay, but before we run the puzzle. I should start giving these things names now that I've done the entire game. Okay, huh. Okay, so we preload all the puzzle menu instructions ahead of time. So I might be able to just hot patch it. Where does it get it from? Oh, it gets it from the Z basic index. where did this come from? Okay, so maybe... I don't know, in terms of best place to put the bodge, maybe it's probably in here, inside, like, the code specifically for, like, setting up the puzzle menu, as opposed to in the generic load everything from the data thing code. So let's just do that. So basically, this guy here. I think that's what... Yeah. So, okay. No, come on, what was the... I had it just there. 7, okay. 3FB6. Oh, wait, okay. Metapuzzles. Okay, so now if we look at it, it should be 666 points. And we can also throw the game and double check that the old guy wins at 666. Okay, Wheel of Fortune. Yep. First player to earn over 666. And if we just keep... Okay, no, wait. We can't yield because that just lowers our own score. But we can... I mean, you can just keep yielding and then get to the lowest possible score of 900 minus 999. But we got to play the game. So I'm just going to keep clicking on this card here, and then statistically speaking, the old man is probably going to win. There we go. Old man wins the game with 684 points. Okay, so back to the spreadsheet. Okay, so this is kind of moved all around compared to here. Oh, okay. In the original, apparently there was no cancel button. It was just yes or no everywhere. That could be irritating. Okay. So to decouple that, we may have to change that to just a... Might even be easy to just not use the string table for this section here and just convert it manually. Then you don't have to worry about any of the weird offsets or anything. We can just go back into here. And then, okay, so the other... The other piece that I have not considered yet is how do we check what version it is? Or like what kind of... Like we have these AD game descriptions which track like the string containing the version, they contain like the file name, the hash, but they do not contain, I don't know, like I'm not sure what the best way of kind of getting the version number from that is. How does some of the other engines do it? How does engines SCI detection? Okay, I guess the answer for that is that they have their own very complicated custom version system, which I am less excited in. Okay, so what do we got? We've got the advanced detector provides a standard framework for file name and MD5 based game detection. We've got all of these flags. Because yeah, I really just want like a nice easy way of checking against this extra field. Okay. Distinguish between game variants, and there must be like an easy way of doing that, because it sounds so common. What am I doing? I've got code completion. God, extra. Oh, okay, so that's one of the arguments to the engine. Oh yeah, okay, so we've got like full game description. Okay, and then that's that sets game description, then sets random source. I see what we need to do. Okay. So all we need to make this work, we just need to go into here, change the constructor, and then think. Okay, so we got that. Then in here, we convert it's like game ID. Like what's in the description format? Okay, it's all whatever. It's all macros. I don't know. Oh, wait. Description. That's why. Desk. Okay, then we got extra. Alright, good enough. Yeah. So that should give us which version. Now we gotta go back into here and right, and then if we look at like all these chunks. Yeah, okay. I think anything in this area up here is probably bad news to have hard-coded. This is probably safe. But yeah, we gotta sort this out. Okay, so we've got the word search, we got jigsaw. This I don't know where that's from. Ah, it's from the polyomino puzzle. Okay, so we'll go. Okay, and we just go down to yeah, this. Oh, that goes down here. No idea what uses this, if anything. So we got meta puzzle cards. Thoth. I mean, Thoth has a ton of them. There we go. Where's the final one in Thoth? Final one is 333. They're just here. Okay. Oh, these must be back in. Oh, that could actually be in. Oh, like the Hermit and the other thing.
All monitored systems are functioning.
Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Dan Bezos. Good to have you around. Straight path. Tell me all the places in the straight path. Oh, 366. Okay, so that's... So this is technically straight path. Oh, Dan Betters has asked, what is your game coded in? So this is a port of a Macintosh game. So we've taken the original, which is in 68K assembly language, and we're converting it to C++. And at this point, we've converted the game, and now we're down to just adding in, what's it called? All the different... There were several different releases of the same game, which had different data files. And so now we're just kind of doing a little bit of spreadsheet work to figure out what the differences are so that we can get all the versions of the game to run it in the same thing. Okay, so... But yeah, I'm trying not to spoil the end of the game, but essentially, like, yeah, it has all these different types of puzzles in it. So, you know, there's like word searches, there's kind of like jigsaw type things. Weird kind of word reveal puzzles, but yeah, you basically do all the puzzles, you then kind of uncover more and more of the story, and then at the end, you have to kind of find the lost treasures. So there's like the whole story is about kind of figures from... It's based around the tarot, and it's got like kind of, I guess, the character of the fool who goes around trying to find the lost treasures of the kingdom, and I guess the story is that like they've been disguised through powerful... through powerful treachery / magic. They've been disguised from their owners, and you have to kind of figure out like what's going on. Like, for instance, you know, you meet these people and they say, oh look, they've stolen our one treasure and they've left me with this ridiculous wiv dove, an absurd trade at best. And then, you know, like, you basically go to all these different places, you find all these different clues, and then you have to kind of unpack what the actual treasures were and where they were taken from and stuff like that. Dan Bezos asks, is that the sort of conversion, the kind of thing where the solution could kind of easily be applied to other games from the same period? Sort of. So part of the work that I've been doing here is that obviously we're porting the game itself from ZBasic. I did write like a ZBasic decompiler. I don't think there are very many other games written in ZBasic from around that same time, but the other part of the work is converting, I don't know, like all of the games from the Macintosh use what's known as the Toolbox API. So that includes stuff like Quick Draw, which is the drawing API, Sound Manager, Resource Manager, etc. And ScumVM, which is the engine that I've written it in, they had a bunch of, I guess, standards, I don't know, like standard pack-in stuff for opening like resource forks and drawing stuff to the screen, etc. But what was missing was just an easy way of taking like a game that was written for the Macintosh API and just saying, I want this to use ScumVM as like a backing end. So like I've gone through and, you know, I've redone like all of Quick Draw. Well, not all of Quick Draw. So far, I've done like all the black and white pieces of Quick Draw by essentially just by reading the manual, which is quite good. The inside Macintosh manuals are actually really good. And yeah, the API is also really nice. Like compared to Windows. Windows is just, it is a unpleasant kick in the teeth compared to the Macintosh API, which is quite nice and makes sense and is easy to port. But what effectively this means is that future projects for porting old Mac games, they don't have to do anywhere near as much work trying to kind of figure out what the intent, or like, you know, trying to kind of convert to the generic drawing equivalent for like quick draw stuff. They can just write quick draw, and with very minimal faffing around, you know, the API calls match up with what was in Toolbox. Dan Bezel says we do not talk about Windows API. No, the other kind of big project that I do on stream usually is porting over Macromedia Director, which is, for a while I was looking at like the Windows 3.1 edition of Director, and dear God, if Windows is unpleasant at the best of times, like 16-bit Windows is just like another circle of hell, to be honest. Like, you know, it's just, you've got like all of the weird Windows esoterica and like, you know, reverse Hungarian notation and handles and all this other stuff on top of like segments and weird DOS stuff and cooperative multitasking, and it is, yeah, I don't know. It's like 16-bit DOS stuff is painful at the best of times. Windows 3.1 is what we call extra painful for that very reason. So yeah, so essentially what we're going to do now is we've got to kind of actually get rid of this. We don't need this anymore. This, on the other hand, I want to save to a different file. I'm going to call this to ODS. And yeah, so Dan Bezel says, it's crazy how Bill Gates and Steve Jobs had similar missions but completely different approaches. Developers versus developer experience versus user experience. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think that like it is kind of, I guess, yeah, that part of history, because, you know, like Steve Jobs basically kind of ripped off the Xerox Alto, and then you know, Bill Gates ripped off the Macintosh. And yeah, you know, life is a circle. Hakuna Matata, circle of life. I mean, yeah, like it is true. Yeah, we stand on the, you know, you stand on the shoulders of giants. It's all kind of about building on what came before, and it just kind of seemed, yeah, like the whole kind of like hissy fit of like, we invented the desktop seems a little bit rich coming from Jobs. Like, I get, you know, hard-nosed, you know, he's a hard-nosed business guy. Obviously that's what he was going to do, but, you know, and then like kind of repeating the same cycle later on with you know, with like iOS. Like, it's, you know, it is what it is. That's just like how American tech works, and, you know, people just love throwing patents at one another. I don't know if like this stuff is outside of the statute of, yeah, okay, this is all from like 1987, so it's outside the statute of limitations, I think, for most patents, so we're good. Okay, so so given how messy like this segment of the string table is, and like how it doesn't really match up with anything, I am tempted to just hard code these ones. The rest I think line up pretty well, but this bit in the middle, yeah, it's just very different, because like version 1.1 of the game came on like 3 floppy disks, and so there is different messages, which then knocks everything out. So, but this stuff lines up pretty well. gonna add the cut point. Oh yeah, also version 1.1 of the game doesn't have the word cancel in it, so I'm gonna have to fake it at some point. Is that... Yeah, okay, so for now, let's just get all of these other bits of the game out of the way. So we've got word search, jigsaw, polyomino. Reveal? Okay, and then whatever the hell this is. Okay, and then under that we've got K offset maze. This blank line, which I have no idea what it's used by, and then the meta puzzle, the card game, Book of Thoth, and then okay, God, this is so messy. Alright, and then the other question is like, where do we put the table? I guess we put the table in... So how do we do it for director? I think, yeah, okay, so for director... Okay, so this is where I have to kind of consult the C++ manual because I can never remember. CPP, static. Because there's like const. Oh, okay. Do you just do like a const array in a C++ file and then you do extern const to reference it elsewhere? Is that the trick? Okay, that's linkage between program units. Okay, storage class specifying. Okay, that's what I want. It's like static storage duration. Variable. Yep, belongs to a namespace scope. Declare with static. Whatever. Okay, we'll just try it. think those are all the differences. Okay, so we'll go static. Oh, cool. No, I don't like this. Okay, it's gonna be just... Okay, that's gonna be kind of messy. Cause like, I don't want to like write the words full string offset for every time we reference a string. That's gonna become annoying. What we want is like some kind of nice macro. Yeah, like a macro. Maybe a macro might do it. So we'd want something like I mean, okay, the options we got, we can do a macro, or we could just ruin I just had like another ZBasic API, which allows you to specify an index. Okay, well actually we're at 3 hours. I think I might take a quick break here so I can think about the choices I've made in my life to get to this point. And also get a cup of tea. But yeah, when we get back... Yeah, I don't know. I appreciate that like messing around with the spreadsheet is not as exciting as like messing around with the game itself, but it's also like a prime example of something which I'm more motivated to do when I've got a camera pointed at me, because that way I can't like go, maybe I should just sit on the couch and watch Iron Chef instead. Maybe I should be productive. Anyway, I will be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. See you then.
Not the box factory again, Seymour.
We're back. Okay, I've thought about what we want to do. I think that maybe the easiest way to, I guess, clean up what we've got without... Oh, okay. I thought I had an idea, and then now I'm second guessing myself specifically because of here. So like, all right, let's circle back. So let's go to here's the ZBasic API. This provides equivalents to all of the functions in the ZBasic runtime. Essentially, there is one function here called str, which isn't really a function per se, but it does because ZBasic is responsible for loading in the string table from the executable. This is just a kind of fetch and, you know, getter and setter type deal from that. And that takes a numeric index, which we are currently trying to figure out how to get all 3 versions of Fool's Errand. Oh, that's right. It's been 10 minutes now. I can try and download whatever the Fool's Errand original.zip is, in case that's a slightly different version. Actually, I might. Let's open this. I need a wee break. Okay, let me just... Do you want to save this? No. Shut. I gotta shut this down because I think my other emulator is set to open up the same disk image, which is typically not recommended, but also I'm lazy. Mac.sh. Oh. Huh? Okay. Why did that disk image crop up again? That should not have been involved. Hang on. Shut down. Oh, okay. I didn't remove either of these. Oh, we can sort that out. Ooh, and the other thing we can do just briefly, assuming I can find it. Okay, so we've got stuff that expanded there. Okay, which... Oh, right, okay, so it... I think this is going to be version 2. This looks like two disk images. I don't think I've got... I don't think I've got the tool to open that up. Yeah, okay, it's two 800K images, so figures. This can go to hell. These two can go back into temp. Alright, were there any other versions? Interesting. Okay, so this can... alright, this has like very similar files. So it's got everything. It's got this 400K disk image, which we've established as version 1.1. We've got the original, which I'm pretty sure is version 2. And then I don't know what this last one is going to be. Oh, okay, it's like another sit image, so maybe it's just version... I guess it could be version 3. Version 3 was on the author's website. One of the files that you tried to expand could have been expanded if you had drop... Wait, what? If you had drop stuff with expander enhancer or stuff at deluxe installed. What? You mean I can't unstuff this image? Oh no, it's there. I don't know why I was whinging. It was just, yeah, okay. Like, I get it. Really? Where... How come these two aren't showing up? Oh, whatever, it doesn't matter. Let's move that to here. Pretend that didn't happen. Get rid of this. Yeah, I think we've got all the versions that we need. Okay. So what I wanted to check... Here we go, super res edit. So... If you look at version 1.1... Yeah, okay, so like, we've got the sun's map... And some... Okay, what have we got? We've got the sun's map. We have the jigsaw puzzle images. The scroll. Okay, but there are 177 images. Quit. There we go. And if I were to compare that to version 3... Oh wait, no, Huh. I see, okay, so this contains a version block. That explains the slight difference in file size. But the picture data looks identical. Yeah, 177 images, all in roughly the same spots. Oh, the title screen has changed, but it's just that fixed bitmap, so we don't have to worry about positions. Yeah, okay. So we should be in good stead for all of that. Okay, so okay, so first, does that build now? Yes, it does. Okay. What do we change? I think we fix some. Oh yeah, okay. Fix redraw of hermit. Or fix. Alright, so in order to make all the different versions open up, we need to find a way of converting all the string references into ones that are offset based on a standard table. So I think that maybe maybe the easiest way would be to just define three static arrays containing the cutoff points that we found here in the spreadsheet, and then we'll go ahead and just add macros to disguise the math, or to make the math shorter. Because, yeah, if we look back at... So we've got like this stir command. Like, far and away, most of our commands use that. However, there are some which require stir raw, especially in full maze. And that is because the default string type that I decided to use for ZBasic was going to would be like a Unicode one. And that was specifically in case we had to override string data from the code. Then that way you don't have to worry about like, oh, is it going to be Mac Roman? Is it going to be something else? And then you can just say, okay, I just type in UTF-8 and it will... The engine is responsible for converting that to Mac Roman. Which worked great until I got up to the maze puzzle, and the maze uses a lot of string data. There's a ton of string data in the maze puzzle, and all of it's down to triggers. So I can show off like where did I put the game? If I open up the game, I can show you like an example of what is going on. Yeah. So open up. I'll skip to one of the... Nope. Okay, so this is like one of the mazes, the Maze of Hedges. And like the gimmick here is that there are these wandering winds which are represented by the letter W, but every time you don't know where they are, and every time you kind of touch one, you get kind of bounced to a different part of the map. There is a separate maze. The archway. Okay. So like, yeah. So like the archway is like an example of a maze that uses trigger points. Oh, I've got to give that a better name, but you can see that like every cell of the maze has like cells can have hotspots, and then the hotspots can play back little scripts. Like in this case, when you hang on. So like when I step on this square here, there is a script which says print the words "a secret panel slides open," and then erase, draw a line over this section of the maze so that it looks like the wall is open. And then when you step off the hotspot, that then kind of does the opposite. Whereas, also if you just kind of try and solve the maze normally, it'll then, yeah, it does the opposite. It then just kind of creates a hidden door that slams shut. Also, for some reason, this maze, the walls flash when you try moving into them, which is odd, and apparently only this maze does that. I don't know why. Yeah, there's also a maze in the end game which has a lot more gimmicks, but I don't know. I'll give Cliss this, like, the Wandering Winds is kind of like a little bit annoying, but I'd say all of these mazes don't feel they don't feel too tedious. Like this one here, where you basically have to take all the dead ends in order to kind of find your way to the end. Yeah, like once you kind of like figure out the trick, then it kind of doesn't become quite as challenging, but it's also, it's not just doing a maze from one end to the other or what have you. Like there's nuance to it. And then like the end game maze is really fun. It's more kind of like a mini dungeon crawl. where you can like pick things up and stuff. So anyway, so I was just like gabbering on about how good the maze is, but what I wanted to say is that like all of the hotspot data, that is stored as strings of letters, and then the engine decodes this using this big switch statement, or you know, the equivalent of a big switch statement. Like for various boring reasons, array data is very difficult to copy around in ZBasic. Like I guess there's like a memory copy command, but like barely anything uses it. The much easier way is to use string data, because you get like a nice elastic store as much string data as you want data structure that comes in ZBasic, and Fool's Errand uses the hell out of that. But it does mean that like in order to kind of pass up like all of this maze data, for instance, you have to chop up, like it's chopping up string data, and then stuff like the current puzzle state, like you can see here. So say they get like this far in the archway, then I decide I want to do something else, then I go back to the archway, it'll return me back right here. And also it even remembers, like for instance, if I step on this tile here and then I go back to the scroll and then go back to the archway, yeah, it'll reopen that door, and then what have you. Like it keeps your progress. And the way it does that, is pretty cool for the time, but it is all done with strings and just adding raw data into strings. And that's kind of the point at which we hit like the limit of like what you can and can't do nicely with the Unicode string type, because like one of the initially, like when I set all this up, I thought it doesn't matter that I'm converting between Unicode and Macroman and back and forth, because there's like a one-to-one mapping. Like every character in the Macroman 256 character code page has a Unicode equivalent, and vice versa. It'll all be fine. What I did not take into account is that the string conversion code inside ScumVM, like the string classes for U32 string and string, they are not as permissive. They will allow you to add null characters, which is good. But when you convert to between them, they will stop the string at the null character, which is bad. So I was getting like very corrupted save data every time we hit a string in, you know, like when the puzzle would try and save something, and then that would include a encoded 16-bit number with a 0 at the start, then that would just get truncated. And part of it would work, but then usually it would just silently corrupt the save game, which is part of the reason why I've had to play through the entire game like 5 times now. Because I get far in and then I realize, oh crap, I've corrupted all the save data again. But no longer. We've sorted that out by making sure that like all of the save data is done with raw, like with just the string type. So raw bytes, normally you know, like again, like you can. The original ZBasic uses Pascal strings, where you have the number, like the length, prefixing the data, which then means you don't have to end it with a null terminator. ScumVM's string class is, you know, it's not a C string. You can put as many nulls as you want, and it keeps track of its own length, so that's all fine. But you know, again, the proviso is when you convert to a different format, then there are certain operations which will just end at the null, which kind of, yeah, which means you have to have a separate code path for strings with data in them versus just regular text strings. In hindsight, I probably could have just gotten away with making all of the toolbox APIs accept boring normal strings that are always in macroman format, but I don't know. That's sort of what we have in the director engine, and I find that kind of annoying to work with. So I was trying something else, and it paid off mostly, except for cases like this where puzzle data is being stored in the string table. So, but mostly it just seems like maze, which requires this. So, whatever. We don't have to think about it too much. So like what I want, right? Did I? Oh, okay. Don't know what I did there. Raw stir. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. So like we have like all of these calls to like zbasic stir raw with just a number after them. I kind of want to just change that to like some kind of macro where we go like define stir how will we do this? We're gonna go like and then K offset maze. Okay, macro argument should be closed in parentheses. Oh, of course. Okay, something else is already using stir. Declaration uses identifier, which is a reserved identifier. Tell me more about reserved identifiers. Okay, the C and C++ row reserve the following names for issues. Identifiers that begin with an underscore followed by the uppercase letter. Okay, so the C++ standard reserves all convenient names. This check does not check for other reserved names. But you can't use an underscore. So we had like a macro like this, and then we could just go through all of the calls to this and change them. Okay, so we'd have this, but then in order for this to work, we would need some static tables. Such as the ones here in... Actually, no, we'd need... Not palette fade, graphics data. Yeah, okay, so which is, I'm pretty sure just imported in one file. Okay, and then what was the... $209, 213. Okay, these... This one here, I imagine is going to be in sentence.cpp. Yeah, okay, 215. Going all the way up to 222. Yeah, okay. Full sentence.cpp. Okay, look at the maze, which should be 223. Followed by the meta puzzle, which would be 260. Followed by the card game, which would be 278. And 301. Okay, and then... Alright, these are still got to figure out what they're for, but let's start off with that. And then we do a similar kind of collection here. 170, 186, 188, 192. Oh wait, no, 230, 248. Oh crap, no, not 248, 250. Oh, bollocks. No. I've got the numbers wrong. No, we want to say it starts at 279 and 257. Oh no, 279 and 258. And then that becomes 251. 273. Yeah, okay, that's good. So we take that, we'll go into here and Okay, assigning to int pointer from incompatible type constant int. If I change it to a const, will that be fine? There we go. Good stuff. Okay, and then, so then now we can go back to what was the one we were messing with? Full maze, that's it. Oh yeah, and that's right. Cool. Okay, there we go. That's our mapping. Oh, is that two asterisks? Really? Okay, hang on. Python decode acronym. Oh, it's two yeah, it's two bullets. Okay. Okay, that should still build. Okay, that seems alright. No problems. Okay, now we're just gonna do that for like every puzzle. So we'll just do meta puzzle next. Okay, and then okay, where did 13 disappear to? Whatever. Okay, that's the meta puzzle fixed. The card game. Yep, those are all blank. Cool, and that was the last one. So that's cards out of the way. Okay, next one is Thoth. Okay, another case of like two blanks. Oh, okay, yeah. 320 is off 19. Off 20. $322. Okay, and that should be... Yeah, that should be all of them. Okay, Thoth is done. Is this going to be a space? It's a space. Okay, sentence is done. We'll get all of these. We'll get all of these in and then see if... We'll see if it still crashes when you try and open them up. I haven't actually tried... It's been a while since I've tried opening up the game with the other versions. So hopefully version 2 will still work, and maybe version... I mean, it will... okay, like the main screen may still be screwed up though, because those indexes are all wrong. But the puzzle should be okay if we can get there. Yep, that's all that's needed there. Okay, that's 204 and 205. Okay, that's most of it. Okay, did I break anything? I think we're okay. So if we open up Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, okay. Oh, okay, we've already got like one. I've screwed up one thing because it should say select something or yield. Oh, did I not convert? Hey, we've still got like. Did I not convert all of this? Did I only convert some of this? Yeah, I think I only converted some of this. $283. Oh, and I got the index wrong. It's all off by 1. Okay. That's fine. What disastrous changes did I make here? I see. Okay, so that was originally using offset 0. So we remove that. Okay. Actually, maybe it's good. Maybe it's a good thing that I didn't do all of them. Master continue should be 3. Okay, and then 283 was 4. Yeah, okay. Fortune wheel. Okay, yep. Select a card above all yields. High pair beats council pair. Okay, yep. All the strings there seems fine. Okay, word search. Yep, that seems like it's working alright. Only 21 to go. Oh, High Priestess. That's probably a good one to check. Yep. Okay, that's good. The star. I think that's fine. Alright. And we've got our about screen here. Do I want to save this? No. Okay, so for the about screen, I think it might make more sense to so like this segment here is pretty stable. This is less so. Like I think we might have to have like a entry for, because we've got like this string here which contains the version. Like we could make that an offset in our table. So we were to go k offset version equals 0, and then here in our big table be like 102.97. Actually, no, it wouldn't. Ugh. 128. 102. And then 97 would be up here. So we can have so yeah, we've got like this about screen. Okay, and then like this uses all that stuff. Well, that's the best way to align this. There is one unsolved puzzle, there are X unsolved puzzles. You have all the map pieces, but they're not arranged in the correct order. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay, and then for the about data, that starts at about I guess 78. So 78, 59, and 59, 78, and 73. A7. Okay, that sorts that up. Oh, right. Wait, what? $96. Yeah. Okay, and then we have the version string. Okay, that's like the puzzle for 3 ships. Okay, did I break the... Yep, it's... Okay, so about screen is good. What if I... Okay. My vague recollection of opening it with, like, different versions is that it just makes it crash. But what if we were to test that? Because, I mean, the data should be all in the same spot. Okay. Couldn't open blank. $21. Ah, I see. Okay, because it gets the name of the puzzle file from a string inside the executable. And when that doesn't line up, it has a fit. Okay, so it's either 110 or 111. Oh, it's not only that, but it just gets changed. Like, okay, it's completely different than this one. Like here, there's like so many different references to full puzzles, but okay, well, version 1.1 looks very different, so I think it's probably easier if we just go ahead and I just manually convert all these. Okay, that's empty. That's empty. That's empty. $128 is also full puzzles. That is also empty. Empty, 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 empty. Okay. Okay, and then all of this, which we probably shouldn't worry too much about. Because we don't implement it really. Okay, and then we got Okay. Okay. Should know... Oops. It should know where it is now. Okay, menus are probably going to be all cooked. There we go. Yeah, menus are pretty cooked. But that's okay. We just need enough to be able to go to the Wheel of Fortune and... Oh, weird, okay. I guess the fonts must also be handled slightly different in version 1. Because if I go into Wheel of Fortune, the game mostly plays okay, but the fonts are not correct. What's another good test? Like if I go to the Hermit. Okay. The Fool's Puzzle file's not working properly. You know what? I agree. It's not. Okay, also I should be checking to see if it detected it as version 3. I think it did for version 1.1. This should hopefully be a lot less objectionable. Like, there'll still be, like, broken text everywhere. Oh, yeah, okay. The menu is off by quite a lot. But, you know, the sun's map kind of works. The about screen is very broken. Oh, interesting. Okay, I must have got the offsets wrong on this because yeah, this is not right. Okay. Where did it where did we say that it started? Okay, 251. Yeah, I said 251 and 273. That should align. Why did this all cock up? Did I load the wrong table in? Because like what's... So instead of getting select a card above, we're getting you have been challenged to a game of Thoth. Or no, we've been getting like 248. It's as if 248 is listed in there as the wrong... Oh. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. I added an extra number in there somehow. That's cool. Okay, yeah. That one's wrong, sorry. That should hopefully fix the Thoth game, but... the main menus though, they're kind of a bit of a state. Oh shit, that's... Can we get to the about screen? Because the about screen was the other thing that I wanted to see lined up okay. No, okay. Ugh, cancel. Oh, how is it so broken? What did I do wrong? Oh, okay. I deleted the bad record and I put the good record in its place. Oh, sorry. I deleted the good record and replaced it with the bad record. And then I acted surprised that nothing lined up. Okay, well. This is showing as version 3, Macintosh English. I don't think we can get to the about screen because it's too badly broken. Yeah, because like we have similar-ish, well, I mean, we've got I guess some parts of this line up. Okay. So that seems to be alignment on the file menu. But then it just kind of comes down to like splitting hairs because like version 3 doesn't have the print button or the sound button and stuff like that. We may as well just write it all. 147. That makes me wonder, like, why... I mean, okay. Version 3, I understand being busted. Why is version 1 looking cooked? Oh, sorry, like, why are the fonts in version 1 not working? Because, yeah, if we open up full 3... we can see that they've got full, puzzle, small, large, foolish, Chicago. And if I open up the font definition for the full one. Okay, so oh no, okay. So that's probably going to require a bodge. The way that like Fool's Errand version 2 works is that it just installs a font called Chicago, which then overrides the main one. And usually that works. So like we look at Foolish Chicago. Hopefully this still contains all the special characters. Yeah, okay, so it's still got the Wadget Eye in at the tilde location and the chapter headings. Okay, so we just got to find a way to alias Foolish Chicago as Chicago. So, like, how do we deal with that? Maybe we do it in like the Z basic code. Yeah, okay, so it's in here. So this guy here, I don't think we can do inside the Z basic module. We're probably gonna have to pull that out. Okay, is it the same in version 1? Does version 1 also have... Yeah, okay, so version 1 is the same. It just has Chicago. Okay. And like, yeah, the other kind of problematic thing that we have, right, is that all over the, not all over the game, but in quite a number of places in the game, the text rendering code tries to render with font number 0, which defaults to the system font, aka Chicago, except we've overridden that. And like maybe what Cliff did was he went back in version 3 and like changed that all to be like this new foolish Chicago, which does not collide with the default system font. But yeah, we don't really have the option of doing that now, do we? I think let's do this then. Okay, and it does it because it's loaded. Yeah, because okay, at this point it's opened the res file. Then we just have like this question of okay, so that's like that's stuff on the menu. Tell me more about the font manager. Does the font manager allow me to like alias a font as something? Does the okay, like Foolish Chicago. Oh wait. Oh, hang on. I see how it is. Okay, so in version 3 we have 4 font families. In version 1 we don't have a font definition chunk, but I think version 2 has one. Assuming. Okay. Yeah, okay, and then that just uses IDs 250, 251, 252, 254, and then now they've added this at the end. So I mean, we can do that. We can make that. We can make that happen. So I guess we'd have to go. So we have this, but like really what we want to do is, I mean, 0 does make it convenient because then we don't have to care about, actually no, scratch that, because I don't know if font 0 automatically gets used. No, it's because like all of the text that you see on screen, with the exception of the menu, is done with quick draw. Quick draw uses drawstring uses the font drawing commands, and that expects an ID. So, and when you pass it ID 0 in a V3. Sorry, when you pass it 0 in version 1 and version 2, it'll just fall back to whatever font is racked up with ID 0. If you do in version 3, then it'll expect that to be slot 255. So that's great. Yeah, so like we have like all of these references to 0xFA, and like if we could replace them with like 250, so 250 is equivalent to K font full. Said I think every use of 0f. Oh no, there's one case where it's not. Oh, okay, a couple of cases. So we'll go text FA text K font full. Okay, then FC becomes font small. That becomes font puzzle. Okay, and then FE, which is font large. Okay, and then I think we'll have to start to replace this with like a constant that contains what Chicago is. Oh god. Hey Labrude123. Scrolling down. Okay, so we'll just say ooh, Labrude123 says, is reverse engineering difficult? I'm an amateur and I want to modify games. I tried modifying Super Mario 64 using HXD software and the process was successful, but I didn't understand anything. I would say it all kind of boils down to what kind of challenge you set yourself. So I would call, I don't know, I'd call modifying like a Nintendo 64 ROM kind of difficult. Like you might have better luck for something like that. Generally, I would recommend finding an emulator which allows you to view the memory as the emulator runs. Like MAME is pretty good for that. MAME's got like a nice debugger. And then there's like, yeah, either using like a tool like an in-memory, like something that lets you view all the memory at once, or a tool like Cheat Engine, which allows you to search for memory that's being changed. And then kind of the idea with like most modding is that you establish like where in memory all of the stuff that you want to look at is, and then you mess with it to see kind of what happens. And once you've got that, then it's a case of going, okay, what code changes that memory? How do I what can I do with that? How can I leverage that? So like, to give, I don't know, like an example of like a memory hack that I did last year. Where do we go? It was in GOG. Oh, wait. So, a little mod that I did last year was for a game called Tex Murphy Under a Killing Moon. This is kind of what the game looks like. Usually it's from 1994, and it was one of the first games to have kind of fully polygonal worlds. However, it kind of came out before proper 3D controls. So instead of having mouse look, what you have is kind of the mouse adjusts your speed. So I've moved the mouse like a tiny little bit to the left and a tiny little bit forward. My hand is not on the mouse. You just kind of move around the room. So we've got like a little bit of turning and a little bit of going forward. And yeah, it's kind of a mess. And then also, you'll notice that like, even if I turn at like a constant speed, like again, I'm not touching the mouse, but yet when you face the corner, you speed up. And that's partly just because there's a bug in the engine, which means when there's lower geometry, then it treats, I don't know, like the value for dt, which it uses for calculating the physics engine, it just rounds it up to the number 3 or 4 or something, which then means that time passes 4 times as quickly when there's less geometry. Anyway, that's like the original, this is like the original game. And if I quit to DOS and I open up Text3 mod, and we just skip to the game. Okay, and this is a mod where the thing is, yeah, like all of the elements that you needed to actually get good controls were there. Like you've got like the player's head tilt, you've got velocity, obviously, you've got like crouch. So I did a fairly complicated mod in assembly to, I guess, take all of the bits, like all of those like numbers in the engine and map them to sane controls. So we just, so yeah, now I've just got WASD, mouse look, auto crouch, and auto tippy toes, and it makes the game a lot nicer to play. And then, and yeah, like originally that was just me kind of, I mean, yeah, it was just kind of me messing around in MAME, like looking for like the correct values in memory for like what counts as tilting head up, what counts as tilting head down, and then conversely like, okay, what memory changes when I push a key down? How do we, you know, how does the game process that, etc. So what I would, I don't know, I would say like if you're looking, like if you're getting started, probably I would recommend, I want to say kind of like, say like the Mega Drive and Super Nintendo era, because there's just so much good information on the internet about the memory layout and everything of those consoles. Like if you're just kind of cutting your teeth. Also, like, I don't know, Mega Drive I find quite nice because that uses 68K assembly language, which is quite easy to read. Also, yeah, the other thing I want to say is, you may like kind of be looking at all of the, like the machine code or whatever, or the assembly language and going, Christ, I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. Like how in God, like I can't even start because I have no idea what this any of this says. And that's okay, because you don't need to know what the assembly language says. Instead, what you need to do is you need to get yourself one of these. You need to go, so if we go to Macintosh, you need to get yourself, oh crap, it's not in here. It's in Sega Mega Drive. This freaking thing here, Programmer's Reference Manual. So all of the CPUs will have one of these manuals that kind of describes what each instruction does. And usually it's just a case of, like some of them kind of are pretty universal. Like there's move, which is about like copying from like one register to another, and jump, which like does, you know, checks a value and then moves to like another piece of the code. But essentially, if you don't know what an instruction does, just consult this, and then eventually, after doing this enough times, you just kind of you kind of pick things up. And it works if there's like a nice, fairly easy to read, concise instruction set like 68K. The other piece of advice I give is do not, if you're tempted to start with like Intel, like x86, strongly advise not, because that assembly language is just yeah. Intel syntax, or rather like Intel x86 assembly language, is just terrible. I hate it. It's very difficult to read. It is variable instruction width, which means that if you're disassembling it, you can sometimes just be disassembling garbage. But the yeah, it's very kind of, you don't get very many registers. It's very wordy. There's a lot of fused operations which don't make any fucking sense until you read the manual. It's a bad time. I implore you, if you're going to do a reverse engineering code project, cut your teeth on something other than x86, because otherwise you will spend all your time thinking, I don't know what the hell I'm doing, and then later on, when you come back to it, you will look at this and go, oh, it's actually the assembly language, which is insane, not me, that has all these, but, you don't know what you don't know, and then it becomes, like, really difficult to sieve out your own knowledge from stuff that's wrong there. Anyway, that was a fun diversion. Back to the spreadsheets. Oh god, this is a slog, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Let's just say Chicago equals 0. Font Chicago equals 0. Font Chicago is 255. I think we would then have to move out. Where was the font override in here? Okay, menu is a private. I've accessed menu before. I'm pretty sure I have. I must have, because I exposed one of the surfaces that is used for, like, drawing crap on the menu. Oh, okay, no, that's a different one. That's a different one. Did I public it? Oh, easy. Okay, we can. Okay, so we'll do that. Okay, and that now gets moved into here. Okay, that seems doable. Font. Unit 16 size, unit 16 slant. Okay, now in here we can go Z-basic, set menu font.
Take this display of an object that is shaped like a mouse. Yes?
Guess it kind of is shaped like a mouse. No. No. Okay, so let's see if we, whoa, okay. Now, why would that not be declared? Yeah, come on, what? K-Font Puzzle was not declared in this scope. K-Font Chicago was not declared in this scope. Oh, because of the prologue. Yeah, okay. What have we got in the prologue? Oh, sorry, the finale thing. Okay, get out. Get out. Yeah. Because that's going to have different fonts now in it. Okay, so that has two fonts. Full and small. Okay, and that was in version 3. What have we got in version 2? We have full and small. Okay. But more importantly, they've got different
Can I go
IDs.
in anyway?
So it's 250 and 251. Okay, that's a trap. That's a trap right there. So if I were to get rid of this and then open up full version 1.
I'd like to play you a piece of music called Stay Away From Me by the American chart toppers Smash My Brother's Face In.
I know it well. So let's go into... Oh, bollocks. Okay, no, the... Okay, I'm gonna have to change all the ones in prologue as well, because they're now going to be pointing to the wrong one. K-Font. Yeah, okay, so now we've got like all these references to K-Font Puzzle, which should be now K-Font Puzzle, K-Font.
Who knows why certain people save certain things? As we
Hey, Jim.
Alright.
Don't be silly, John. It's a penknife.
Yeah, don't be silly, John. It's just a penknife. Oh, okay. Now it's calling me out on my nonsense. Okay, so
which they feel anyway has nothing to do with them.
When you
innocent or guilty. So is it any wonder people are afraid of technology? Technology!
Vandalism. What? Mrs. Morgendorfer, your daughter collaborated with Jane Lane in the creation of a poster for our art contest. Yeah.
okay, font full. Okay, prologue, font full. Okay, that's built, I think. Yeah, alright. So the menu's probably still going to be scrambled, but maybe we fix the font issue. No, we don't fix the font issue. No font info. Oh, no font info entry for font ID 250 because version 1 doesn't have a font diction. Okay. Oh Lord. Okay. So we gotta. Yeah, I see how it is. Okay. So like version 1.1. If we open up in Super Reset, word briefcase. No briefcase. Just only font. No briefcase. Only font. Whereas in version 2, they fixed that. And unfortunately for us, we need whatever's in here. We need to be able to fake it, I guess. Because yeah, like if we don't do that, then it just falls back to whatever. I think in this case, it's falling back to classic Mac fonts, which sometimes is something that you want, but not in this case. Okay. And if we look at like version full 3, I mean, oh, okay, no, we didn't line up all of this menu code yet, so yeah, the menu is still do you wish to save the game. We can still go into Wheel of Fortune, and that seems alright. We can go to, I don't know, High Priestess. That seems alright. Did I mention how happy I am that the puzzle data was basically unchanged? I was dreading having to mod that per thing, but apparently no, we don't have to do that. We just have to sort out the string information. Okay. Yeah, it's not really worth lining these up. I mean, we can. It's just we'd waste so much. It'd just be a bunch of boilerplate to deal with that. Easier to just hard code it. 147. So the Wadjet eye is going to be 143. So 146 is just a single hyphen. Okay, I got sound, which is its own one. Do it. Yeah, this is... easier to just hard code. Okay, to find a hidden secret, to find the straight path. 300. Oh, wait, that's all the way down to the hermit. 362. Oh, okay, that's down in this crap. Because this is at the end of the file. I should probably split that out into a different thing. Okay. That should make the menus a little bit nicer. It should mean that the widget eye menu shows up here in V3. No, okay, interesting. How is it? Okay, so okay, I see. So we've got here. So we fixed the first two menus. These ones are still cooked because of the strings are still the wrong ones. What I don't understand is, like, I guess that means that the mod that we made at the top here to force the menu to change font. Like, what about this? Did that not do anything? Oh, set menu font. Because that should be within the right time frame. It should be after the program is loaded in, which means after it gets... Yeah, so font, that's 255. Okay. And then it tries to do... So what have we... Oh. Helvetica. Where'd you get Helvetica from? Oh, that's a fallback. Okay, I don't care about the fallback.
This is known as the Helvetica scenario.
Well timed. Well timed. Wait. Okay, so this miserable command is not doing anything. So font info contains 3 fonts. Oh no, it does. It does contain. Really? Attempt to take address of value not located in mem. Attempted to take address not in memory. So if it doesn't equal, doesn't contain ID. Yeah, alright, I see. So if it doesn't contain that, then return -1. But it must, because it returned back a value. What have I got? Do I have contains, empty, arrays, find, assign, get val? That's what I wanted. Attempt to take address of value not located in memory. Okay, well, that doesn't really help me. Okay, so we've got unknown language. And it does, okay, and it doesn't return a name. Okay, so there are several good reasons why this isn't working. Or like why it's falling down. Okay. I don't understand why that is though, because there should be there should be multiple fonts. Multiple fonts. Why is there only why are there not multiple fonts? Okay, this I gotta change, because that's not good. Okay, and then this is like yes, no, or cancel, which What does the save dialogue look like in version 1? So if I open this up, I go scroll around, then I quit. Yeah, okay, so like it's like a two button modal. Okay, what do we call it? Okay, we'll just call it. so then 7A just used here for the modal stuff? Yes, it is. Okay. It's like 0011 0030. Okay, so yeah, I think that's right. Then okay, and then there's yeah, okay, and that's like the number of lines. Okay. Okay, and that should fix the modals. Oh my god, it's very late. I should probably wind it up. Whew. What's nice that it's not crashing. In fact, like, the game is playable if you don't mind the text being just completely wrong. For the most part. So like if I go quit, this now works because the model's in the right spot. If I quit the game and then open up full 1.1, the modal should be working now. Yeah, okay, then we go quit. Yeah, okay, so that's working as expected. Hopefully full version 2 is still working. It would be sad if we made all these changes and then just wrecked everything. Okay, full 2 still seems to be working at full speed. Oh crap, that's right. I wanted to check to see if the about window was right in the other two. Full 3. It should now be correct with the right version number down the bottom for all 3. Assuming I can get there, which I should be able to because I've manually set it up. So, yeah, version 3.0. That's kind of expected. Quit. No, don't want to save that. Yeah, version 1.1. Nice. Okay. M progress. Did I... Okay, and the font is very wrong on that. But that's just down to... Yeah, how did... Why is M progress like that? Oh, because the text is different. It's just the word progress, not the name of the game. That's good to know. So I guess we'll just have to hard code that. Yeah, okay. Well, it's looking very broken, but at least I can open the puzzles and do them to some extent. As long as I as long as I don't mind the absolutely minging looking fonts. Like I can still do the Hierophant even though it's using completely wrong font, right? Like, hang on. Yeah, okay. Looks ugly, but still workable. How does the word search look? Yeah, that doesn't look as nice. Yeah, it looks kind of bit basic. Yeah, you don't get the nice letters. High Priestess sort of works. Oh yeah, that's all fine. Yep, seems... Anyway. I don't know. I think I'll go to bed, have a think about it, and then... Oh, actually, I probably didn't even have to think about it. I just have to go through all of these other kind of middle of the pack strings and sort them out. I don't know why... Oh, actually, yeah, I do know why. I got to figure out what's going on with these fonts. Like, version 1 and version 3 have the menu broken in different ways, and that's going to kind of be pressing. But it is cool to know that all of the
Did you ever
information
think she might be breaking into the house? And maybe there's a guy with a gun in a car waiting for her.
Yeah, maybe. But it is good to know that all versions of the game seem to contain all the resources that are needed, with the exception of a few strings, which we can just bodge around. Anyway, it's quite late. I'm gonna raid somebody who's online right now, following. Oh shit. Okay. We have. Oh, Rescue Cat is doing some kind of unhinged multimedia storybooks. You know my opinion of those. Yeah, go say hi to Alex. I'm going to be back on Thursday probably doing director stuff. But until then, have a wonderful rest of your evening /day/morning/midnight snack. I'm going to see you next time. Goodbye.